Good morning, whale watchers. My name is Luke. I am a park ranger with Oregon State Parks, and I want to welcome everyone to Depot Bay, Oregon. Today is Thursday, April 2nd, and it's just about 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we're going to go ahead and kick off our live stream for today. We will be bringing you our cameras live for the next 4 hours as we watch for gray whales and anything else that swims by our view. If you are just finding our channel, you are joining us here at our Depot Bay Whale Watching Center, where we will be bringing you our live cameras every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. our time for the next several weeks, as we all enjoy the experience of the spring gray whale migration here along the Oregon coast. Every year, about 25,000 gray whales migrate north along the Oregon coast through the months of March, April, May, and June. And so we're very happy that we're able to bring this to you, and I hope that this video and our live feeds find everyone well. Hope everybody's staying home and staying safe, and I hope that we're all practicing some very, very good social distancing, and we're all here watching whales together. So we've had a pretty good week so far. Tuesday and Wednesday we were able to see some whales. We had pretty stormy conditions both of those days, but we were still able to see some. Tuesday was pretty good. We had, I think, 12 whales spotted throughout the broadcast. Yesterday was quite a bit stormier, and so we did see a few whales right away, which was nice. And then the rains kind of moved in and made it very tricky to spot any whales for the afternoon. But I think Ranger Hyla saw a few more in the afternoon. So this morning, as you can tell, our ocean is very, very beautiful. Very small waves. We have some nice bright blue sunshine right now. Bright blue sky and nice bright sunshine, which should make spotting some whales a little easier than yesterday. I got here about half an hour ago, and as I was walking down into the visitor center, I did spot a whale out about 1 mile. So that's kind of where I'm watching right now for our next gray whales to come through. So again, this is a beautiful day here on the coast, and we're happy to be able to bring this to you in the comfort of your own home. A couple quick reminders: if you want to learn more about whale watching in Oregon, please check out the Oregon State Parks website. That's www.oregonstateparks.org, and you'll be able to search for us, or you can look at that Things to Do tab, and it'll take you to a whole section dedicated on whale watching. And while you're at that website, you'll also be able to update yourself with all the other great state parks that we have. There are some wonderful parks spread out all over the great state of Oregon, and I know everybody is home right now, but hopefully you're using this time to kind of plan maybe your summer vacation, or maybe even if you live far, far away, you're planning a future vacation years from now. And so lots to offer here. We have the beautiful coast, we have the beautiful Willamette Valley, Southern Oregon, and we also have the east side of the mountains over there too. It's really nice to get over to some of our desert parks as well and check out what's going on over there. One other quick reminder that right now all of the Oregon State Parks and recreational facilities are closed, and so we ask that even if the weather does get a little nicer here and there, we ask that people do respect any closure signs or barricades that they encounter when entering or are around our parks, I should say. Park rangers are still reporting to work. There's lots of maintenance that's going on right now, and some projects are being undertaken, but we want to make sure that we are able to do so in a safe environment, and so we want to make sure that people know to stay out of all the Oregon State Parks right now. I know it's really, really tough. I said yesterday, you know, all I wanted to do the other day was take my little girl and go walk on the beach, but right now they're all closed, and so we just again ask that you respect all those closures for the time being. So we will be sure to update everybody as soon as we can about all the plans of reopening and all that kind of stuff. But right now, as it sits, no parks will be open until at least May 8th. And so we'll just kind of have to be patient. So let me go ahead and zoom our cameras out here to the half-mile buoy. Yesterday we got lucky and we pointed our camera right there first thing in the morning, and in just a matter of minutes we had a whale actually spout right next to it. And so that was a pretty lucky start to the morning. So we zoom out here and already we can see we have quite a few sea lions basking in the sunlight there. Looks like a mix of the stellar sea lions and some of those California sea lions this morning. Pretty good start. So let's go ahead and leave the camera right here for a few minutes and we'll see if we can't pick up our first whales here. I'm going to get my binoculars out. Let me take a look at the comments here. Everybody's saying good morning. And Steve says, I feel a great whale day today. I hope so, Steve. Yeah, it should be. You know, the conditions are very, very favorable right now. So hopefully we'll see lots of whales today. All right, everybody, we'll hang in there. Stay tuned, and I will be sure to get the camera pointed at a whale here as soon as I can. Thanks again, everybody, and we'll be right back. Well, good morning again, everyone. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. I see a lot of folks jumping on the stream right now, so welcome wherever you are from. Morning in Eugene, Joanna. Hi, Steve from sunny Salem. Graybeard asked, the Whale Center is currently closed till May 8th, question mark. Yes, this is an Oregon State Park Visitor Center. And just a reminder again that all of the Oregon State parks and recreation facilities are closed right now to the public until at least May 8th. And so for the latest updates about any of the parks in your local area, feel free again to check out the Oregon State Park website. And there's a whole section dedicated to the COVID-19 closures and any of the latest press releases you can find right there. But yes, all state parks will be closed until at least May 8th right now. Jan H. says, hi from Glen Eden Beach. Are you still planning an outside microphone? Yes, Jan, I have one on order, and I will be kind of testing it next week. And so hopefully by next week we will have the capability to kind of switch back and forth between a couple different microphones. And I will have one located just outside our building here facing the ocean. And hopefully I will be able to share with you all some of the beautiful ocean wave sounds and the birds and all that kind of stuff that's swimming around out there. Good question. Chelsea J asks, what do the whales eat? Great question, Chelsea. So the whales that we are watching right now are called gray whales. Let me actually go find my model real quick, and I will pull out my little sample of the food that these whales are eating also. So hang tight, I'll be right back, and let's do a little lesson on what these whales look like and what they eat. Hang tight. All right, everybody. Well, this is Ranger Luke back here at the Whale Center. So Chelsea had a great question. Hey, what do these whales eat? And so I want to take a few minutes while we're kind of waiting for our whales to come into view here. Let me zoom out. And Chelsea, let me show you and everybody else kind of what our whales look like and what they're going to eat. And so here is my model of a gray whale. And so a gray whale, if we were able to pull it out of the water, they're typically this kind of mottled gray color, and they've got barnacles that grow all over their body, believe it or not, their whole life. They've got two nostrils right on top of their head here, just like you and I. But each one of their nostrils is really, really big. They've got two lungs. Each one of their lungs is as big as a refrigerator, so huge nostrils, huge lungs. And if we look closely inside their mouth, they have, let me see if I can get it to focus here. There we go. A structure inside their mouth called baleen. And so baleen is what's in their mouth instead of teeth. And it's what they use to filter out the water to capture their prey. And so gray whale baleen is always this blonde color, and I have a piece of it here. So this is just a very small sample of gray whale baleen. In real life, each side of their upper jaw has about a 6-foot section of this material here. And so on the outside it's nice and smooth. It's actually made of keratin, the same material as your fingernail. You know, you can actually see the ridges here, or the little bumps. And kind of like when you get older, you'll start getting bumps and ridges in your fingernails. You know, you need to eat your vitamins, all that kind of stuff. Gray whale baleen also has these really cool ridges, and they're not really showing up on the camera right now. Maybe a little bit, one right there. But very similar to us. It's pretty cool. So on the inside, it's actually very, very bristly. It reminds me of a hairbrush a lot. And what these bristles do, when these whales are swimming through the water, they'll open up their mouth, and then they'll close it most of the way, and then they'll use their big tongue to push out all of the water that's inside their mouth, and then everything that's inside of that water, any little plankton species, will get stuck in these fibrous hairs here from the baleen. And so these gray whales here in Depot Bay, when they are feeding, they are eating a material, a little plankton called a mysid shrimp. And here is about half a dozen or so of them in this jar. And so if you look closely, they're these tiny little critters, but they would get stuck in this baleen. And so that's the perfect tool inside their mouth to capture these tiny little prey. Very, very slick how that all works. And so gray whales only eat tiny little stuff. Gray whales do not eat fish or seals or sea lions or anything like that. They only eat tiny little zooplankton species similar to these mysids wherever they go in the world. But really, really good question. And so that's what we're watching for right now. And yesterday, if you joined us, we did have 2 gray whales feeding right in the bay. So that was pretty cool. That's what we're watching for. And so we're going to be, throughout the next few weeks, watching for the gray whales, and pretty soon we will start to see some gray whales and their little calves, their babies. And so actually the photo for kind of the video that I put up every day, there's that photo of that little whale kind of sticking out of the water. I actually shot that photo last April when a couple gray whales came right into our bay here. And that was a smaller one. I was able to capture a really neat little photo of it kind of sticking its head out of the water. I hope everybody's liking that. So, okay, so moving on down the line here, Steve asks, or Steve says, hey, Steve 2 is here from Salem. Hey, welcome back, Steve. Good to see you again. Seeing a lot of our regulars jumping in here. Oh, sorry, Chelsea J, you're actually Tanner. I see that now. Very cool. And we got somebody joining us from Vancouver, BC. Welcome. And hello to Logan from Oregon City. Very cool. All right, everybody. Well, if you're just joining us, it is a beautiful morning here in Depot Bay. I have not captured any gray whales on the camera yet, but I know that they're out there. When I was walking down into the visitor center this morning, I was able to spot one just about a mile away. So we're just kind of watching and waiting for our first gray whales to show themselves on the camera. Right now I've got the camera zoomed out at our half-mile buoy. You can see our big stellar sea lions and some California sea lions taking a rest on it right now. And then way in the back there's a big commercial fishing boat. So we'll kind of leave the camera zoomed in right over here right now. And let's see, we've got Mixu in Idaho. Hi, welcome. Mindy down in Yachats. Hello, Mindy in Yachats. And Linda asks, how do they know to start their migration or stop when they get there? Very good question, Linda. So in the winter time, when all of these whales start to head south, these whales will spend the next 6 months up in Alaska feeding after they get up there. So we'll say May, June, July, August, September, October. They're going to be feeding in Alaska. And they're going to go all the way up to the Arctic Circle, like almost the North Pole. And so they're going to feed up there as long as they can. And ultimately what starts their migration is the ice that starts to form in the winter months, slowly starts in the north and then pushes them further and further south. And eventually there's so much ice and there's so little food, they just leave. They just know, hey, it's time to start swimming down south to Mexico to go give birth and to breed and to do that kind of stuff. Then the whales are going to be down in Mexico for the months of January, part of February, maybe a little bit of March, depending on what you're doing down there. But they're down there in Mexico and there's no food for these whales at all. And so ultimately it's kind of hunger that drives them back up to Alaska. And so they head by us. And that's what we're watching right now. All of the whales that are swimming past us, they are hungry, and they know that when they get back to Alaska, they're going to be able to start eating again, feeding on those little zooplankton, similar to the ones I showed you there a minute ago. But yeah, it's the ice and the pregnancies, if you're a female gray whale, kind of ultimately are what determine when you head south to Mexico. And then how hungry are you? That's when it kicks you to go back north to go find some more food in Alaska. Good question. Stacy, good morning. Oh, I hope you're having a great work day. And Logan, hi, I'm in Oak Grove. Somebody's in Arizona. Kendra, nice to have you on the stream this morning. And Joseph's in Portland. Hey, Richard, you're welcome. And yeah, we've got Vancouver, BC, Arizona. We've got Tara in Indiana. All right, so people from all over the place. Hi, Jill. Jill's back in New York. Welcome back to the cameras for today. And so we're expecting a good day. We're just kind of waiting for our first few whales to show up. Just kind of being patient. You know, whale watching is really, really exciting. But sometimes there's a whole bunch of whale waiting in between our time. So we'll kind of hang out here for a little bit. I'll be sure to move the camera around and show you some of the beautiful scenery while we are waiting, and then as soon as I see a whale, we will get it on the camera for everybody to enjoy. So, oh, I see one more question come in. How many whales are there in the world? Oh man, there is a lot. A lot. I can tell you these gray whales that we have, there's about 25,000 of them in this population. And so there's quite a few, but if you're asking how many whales are there in the world, that sounds like a question for Google, if you ask me. So, all right, everybody, well, stay tuned. I'm going to turn off the microphone for a little bit. Let me know if you have any more questions or comments. And so, hang tight. We'll find some more whales here as soon as we can. All right, well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. Beautiful Oregon State Park Visitor Center overlooking the ocean here. The Pacific Ocean, I should say. We're still kind of waiting for our first whales to show themselves on camera here. So we're just looking out at that 1/2 mile buoy. It's that red one right in front of our windows here. Look at some of the comments here. Oregon State Parks, yep, whale waiting. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. It is. It's very similar to fishing. If there's any fisher people out there, sometimes it seems like you're just kind of hanging out, and then all of a sudden it gets really exciting. So that's what we're doing right now. Kendra asks, how close to the shore do the whales swim? We talked about a 1/2 mile buoy. Yeah, so Kendra, here in Depot Bay, we're kind of in a unique section of the Oregon coast where the ocean right in front of our windows is actually very deep. And so let me zoom out here and kind of show you what I'm talking about. So we are located just on the shore here. Right behind our building is Highway 101, and right in front of us is the ocean. And so right here is the edge, and you can see where the rocks and those waves are crashing right there. Those rocks, it goes from 0 feet right there, and if you were to step into the water right in front of us, it's about 20 feet deep right there. And so sometimes we see whales, usually gray whales, right there, like literally 2 feet from shore. That's about 100 feet away right in front of us. And so gray whales feed on these tiny little zooplankton that live very, very close to shore and in shallow water. And so those whales will sometimes come all the way up to our windows practically looking for food. I know last week during the live stream, I forget which day it was, but we had a very small gray whale swim right in front of that seawall. And we could see it in a wave. It was very, very cool. It was the closest whale I have seen so far this spring. So yes, they do come very close to shore. And then a very common spot that we see whales is, for some reason, out by this red buoy. This is our 1/2 mile buoy. And so especially in the summertime, we have lots of whales that kind of hang out next to this area. You know, and I've heard some fishermen and some of the whale watch people talk, the whale watch tour boat operators talk about, well, you know, there's a big chain and an anchor and the bell on that buoy makes noise, and so maybe it kind of is something of interest, or it just kind of gives the whales a reference point. And so who knows? I don't know why the whales hang out there, but we do seem to see quite a few whales around that red buoy, so we like to look in that area. Today we're actually watching for mostly migrating whales, and so those whales will actually be behind that red buoy, usually about halfway between that buoy and the horizon there. And so we're kind of watching for those big spouts right now. And so the light is kind of tricky right now. The ocean is beautiful, but we have this kind of a flat gray light. And so it makes the spouts a little trickier to see, but it shouldn't be too long and we will start seeing some here, hopefully. Let's see, other questions. Has the food supply for gray whales been resilient to human impacts and climate change? Good question, Brittany. So yes and no, I guess I could say. Here in Depot Bay, we have it's kind of like a little microclimate for these mysid shrimp in our section of the coast. And the Oregon coast is unique in that it has some major upwelling events that happen in the summertime, which provides a ton of food for the plankton in the water, which then in turn provides a lot of food for the whales. And so our little section of the coast is kind of a unique spot. I can't really speak too much to the major food that happens up in Alaska. You know, I'm not as familiar with that, but I'm sure if you do some internet searching about, you know, temperature changes in the Arctic, all that kind of stuff, you might be able to discover a little bit more on your own. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a great question for that directly. Sorry. Ray says, this is one of my favorite kayak fishing spots. I always see whales while fishing here, up close and personal. Yes, Ray, Depot Bay, and for folks that don't know, this is a very popular kayak fishing spot. Now, I definitely don't recommend going out there if you are new to kayaking. I mean, it is still the ocean, but I know that every year, or I think every other year at least, the Oregon Coast Kayak Fishing Classic is held here. And it's a very productive fishing area. And yeah, Ray, we like to see you and everybody out there in their kayaks. It's always fun. It helps us actually teach people how big these whales are, because when you see a kayaker go out there, you realize like, oh, yeah, that person is tiny out there and the whale is huge. Very good. Jessica, good morning in Portland. Yep, we will be, and thanks for extending the broadcast. If you're just joining us, we will be broadcasting our cameras live from Depot Bay for the next several weeks at least, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m., most likely here on the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel. So awesome. And Brittany also asked, do we get any other kinds of whales in Oregon? Yes, we do. We have actually about a dozen species of whales that are swimming around in our waters from time to time, but they don't often come close enough to the shore for us to see them. And so it's kind of a tricky situation, but if you are to go out on a boat, you have a better chance of seeing a few different species of whales. But personally, from sitting right here in Depot Bay in this very spot, I have seen multiple humpback whales. I have seen killer whales, or the orcas. Actually, we had some come through last week. I have seen harbor porpoises. I have spotted bottlenose dolphins, believe it or not, right here in front of us. And from a little bit different spot, just south of where I am right now, there is a great viewpoint called Cape Foulweather. And at that spot, you're about 500 feet up in the air and you can see way out into the ocean on a nice clear day. And from up there, I was able to spot what I believe was a pod of sperm whales about a year and a little bit ago. Those whales were probably close to 5 to 7 miles offshore, but there were some very distinct spouting patterns that you can see from those pod kinds of whales. And so my best guess is that they were some sperm whales. But yeah, we have blue whales. We have, very rarely, there could be a right whale out there. I mean, there's lots of whale species here. So yeah, good question. Any more? And we got Ange, or is it Angie? Down in Las Vegas. Oh man, not much ocean there in Las Vegas. I hope you're enjoying the view, and yeah, thanks for joining us. Let's see, any more questions here? Idaho Falls, welcome Jen. Let's see, Monmouth, hi Monica. All right, Port Orford, hi Crystal. Yes, you're down there in Port Orford. Many people see whales down here, right? Question mark. Yes. So Port Orford is also a good spot to find some summertime kind of gray whales feeding in and around that area. It's another rocky shore kind of environment, and there's kelp forests in the water there. And so those kelp are what kind of provide a habitat for these mysid shrimp and other zooplankton that the gray whales are searching for. So yes, Port Orford can be a very, very good spot to see whales. And so yeah, a little bit later in the summer they'll be more consistent, but good question. Okay, now we got some people who really want to come to the beach. Yep, it's awesome. You just gotta wait. We're all waiting right now. We're all being patient. I know it's really hard, but this is, we're doing this for the greater good for sure. And so hopefully everybody is comfortable in their homes today, got their coffee or hot chocolate or tea, or hanging out on the couch or on your phone, or however you're viewing us. Yep, hang in there, everybody. We're doing a good job, and we will be bringing you these whales here for the next few weeks, so hopefully that'll help scratch your ocean itch a little bit. Jennifer, have we seen orcas? Yes, Jennifer, we did last week. And what I want you to do is I want you to go to our YouTube channel and look at our videos from last week. It's day 4 of the Spring Whale Watch Week 2020, and I named it Orcas in the Bay. And if you go down to the comments section, you can scroll down, and I put a timestamp right there, and you can click on it, and it'll take you right to when we had a whole pod of transient orcas come into Depot Bay. It was really, really exciting. Yeah, go check that out. That's a video from last week. Hi from Troutdale. Somebody's favorite animal is an orca. Somebody's in Milwaukee. Do we ever get beaked whales in Oregon? And I don't know what your name is, Razadowski. Yes, very, very rarely. I actually was talking with one of the researchers here earlier in March. We were doing a training together for some volunteers, and she photographed a beaked whale just a few miles from here out of Depot Bay. And so she has been operating different boats in this water for over 30 years, and it's the first time that she has spotted a beaked whale here in Oregon. So yes, very rarely. Brittany asks, Ranger Luke, what is your favorite marine wildlife? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't really have a favorite. I just try to really enjoy whatever I'm seeing right now, right this instant. And I think my favorite part of looking for whales is getting to do it with other people. And so we have so many people that we help learn how to whale watch and get to share that experience with them. I think that's my favorite. Does that make sense? Is that even a real answer? Sorry. Good morning from Roseburg. Hello in Maple Valley, Washington. And Logan asks, how long do gray whales usually stay in Depot Bay? Logan, this time of year, it kind of depends on what they're doing. Most of our gray whales will just be cruising right by us right now. They're headed straight to Alaska, so they might only technically be in front of Depot Bay for about 20 minutes. But in the summertime, when there are some gray whales that feed here for the summer months, I'm talking June, July, August, September, even into October, gray whales, sometimes they'll hang out in Depot Bay all day if there's enough food right here in front of us. So good question. Jim asks, was there a breach spotted on yesterday's video? Jim, it wasn't yesterday's, but it was on Tuesday. So if you go to March 30th's video, I put it down in the comments. There's a timestamp, and if folks are wanting to go look at that, we did capture a gray whale breaching or jumping out of the water on Tuesday morning. And so it was a smaller gray whale, and we had huge waves that day, but we were able to catch it on the video from a couple days ago. Yeah, you can go check that one out. And Crystal says, my son Jasper has a question. What is the life expectancy of a gray whale? So gray whales will live somewhere between 70, 80 years typically. And so they have a pretty long life, and that's fairly common for whales. They live a pretty long time, and so it's kind of an average age for them, somewhere around 70, I guess we could say. Some of the other interesting things about gray whales is that female gray whales will give birth once they become mature at about, we'll say, age 10. They will give birth to calves all the way until they die. And so there could be a 65-year-old whale out there who is going to be bringing a new calf with her this year. So pretty incredible, yeah. So I'll wait for it, but I want somebody to ask me, how do we know how long they live? Somebody asked me that, and I have a great answer for that. And so Jill says, have the resident whales come back yet? Not yet. Not yet. And so we have seen a few whales come in close feeding, but I haven't spotted any of our recognizable resident whales yet. Oh, and Era says, we got a blow near the horizon just to the right of the buoy. Thank you, Era. I'm too busy talking here this morning, so let me get our camera focused out here. See if we can't find this whale again. So we're watching again for that spout or the blow from one of these whales. And a typical gray whale spout could be 10 to 12 feet tall. And this morning there's almost no wind at all out over the ocean. And so these spouts should be nice and visible for us. We'll just kind of be patient here. Typically, gray whales will spout 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row. Each one of those spouts can be spread out by 30 seconds or so, and then the whales will go on a dive. And so if Era just saw the spout of the last one in that series, that whale could be underwater for the next few minutes, but we'll kind of keep the camera pointed this direction and see if we can't locate it again. And once it comes up, I'll zoom in out there as fast as I can. So thank you, Era, for keeping me. Era said he saw it blow 3 times, so yes, thinks it dove. All right, well, we'll keep an eye out over here. So what I'm gonna do is move the camera to the north just a little bit. We kind of have to guess on where that whale's gonna come up again. And so let me leave it over here a little bit to the north. So we'll have that 1 mile buoy in the far right-hand side of your picture there. And so hopefully we'll catch that whale here. I'm gonna turn the microphone off for a few minutes. Thank you so much for all the great questions and comments. And let me get my binoculars out here and try to get this whale visible here for everybody. So stay tuned, everybody. Sounds like we're gonna have our first whale visible here any minute. Hang tight. All right, everybody, this is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Well, it's been a few minutes now and I have not seen that whale come up yet, so it should be any minute now. We're waiting for this gray whale to reappear. This one was quite a ways offshore, but I know some of our viewers saw it. And yeah, I know Era is an expert whale spotter, so we will be waiting for this one to come back up here. Should be just about any minute. That's our 1 mile buoy. That's 1 mile away, right in front of us here in Depot Bay. Let me do just kind of a slow pan. Let's see if we can't find that whale spouting. There's that fishing boat. So I don't think it would be back any further than that. Let's kind of go up here to the north. So yeah, these whales, they're about 40 to 45 feet long, and they can weigh around 80,000 pounds. They're bigger than a school bus, but they can be very, very sneaky sometimes. So we'll just have to be patient and wait for this one to come back up. But they breathe air, so they have to eventually, somewhere. All right, well, let me zoom out here just a little bit. Leave the camera right here for now. That 1 mile buoy, we'll just leave it centered here on the screen. I saw a few more comments come in. Aha, Isabel would like to know, how do you know how long they live? Great question, Isabel. I am glad that you asked. So gray whales have ears, just like us, and inside their ears they produce a wax. And you know, me and you, we have Q-tips or other products that we use to kind of clean out our ears throughout our life. But gray whales do not, and they don't have a good way to clean out their ears. And so over the lifespan of a gray whale, more and more earwax kind of builds up inside their ear canal. And so after a whale has perished, sometimes scientists and researchers are able to use that animal to learn from. And one of the things that they will do is they will actually pull out that earwax, and then they're able to kind of cut it in half. And it's not exactly like counting the rings on a tree, but it's similar, and they're able to calculate how many years that whale has been alive. So great question, Isabel. I am so happy that you asked. And then a few more comments. Yep, everybody saw that spout that Era did, and Era thinks that it was probably about 3 miles out. So yeah, that's a long way out, but we should be able to see it here. So we'll kind of keep an eye out here. Isabel, thank you so much for the question. You are an official junior ranger now for sure. So next time you're here in Depot Bay, be sure you come and see us, and we'll make sure to get you your official junior ranger badge. So great question. All right, everybody, well, hang tight. We're going to be watching for this gray whale, and hopefully a few more will come into view a little closer here sooner than later. So stay tuned. Happy whale watching. If you want to learn more about this building or any of the other great Oregon State parks, be sure to check out the Oregon State Park website, www.oregonstateparks.org. We'll be right back. All right, well, welcome back everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. We're still trying to catch another whale on camera here. I have been using my binoculars a little bit south of where we're watching with the camera right now, trying to find that whale that a few of you spotted a few minutes ago. I just have not been able to locate it. It might have swam out deeper, but we're going to count that one as number one for the day for sure. So we've got one whale on the board. I did see another one this morning as I was walking into work here. It was way closer, so I'm hoping we see a few more gray whales in closer here before too long. Get them on the cameras for everyone. And I see a lot of people who've decided to design and invent a whale Q-tip. Good idea, everybody. Oh, you are all so awesome. Let's take a look here. I did see questions like when did they figure that out? And you all have given me a lot of questions that I don't know the answer to, so I did a little diving and I pulled up a really good article online that the Smithsonian actually put out, and they talked about the whale ear wax and the whale plug, as it's called, and they started developing that technique in the 1950s, believe it or not. And so they were able to kind of start learning about that technique. And like I said, over the years, they've learned more and more. And so not every whale produces earwax at the same rate, but there is a calculation that they've kind of developed depending on the species of whale and how much wax that they produce throughout a year. So good question. You are all so awesome. So let's see. Yeah, Brittany, it does. It looks like a super calm day out there, but that's a big fishing boat out there, and it does disappear behind those swells every few minutes. And so there's still some big waves out there. Good questions. All right. Crystal asked, does the boat affect the whale at all, or will the whale just ignore it? Does it scare them at all? Yeah, that boat and that whale that we saw a few minutes ago, they're actually like miles and miles apart. It can be very difficult to to get a grasp of the scale. That fishing boat, let me go over here to it, is about 1.5 miles away from shore. And that whale was way further back based on what some of the comments were. So, boats make noise, whales can hear that noise, and most of the time the whales will just ignore the boat or will go around it, type of a thing. So, yeah, good question. Rich says, we could wash them out with a fire hose. Yep. All right, everybody. Well, we've got our first whale we did count probably about 10 minutes ago or so, I would guess. And so I will be sure to look back in the video tonight after it gets uploaded and try to timestamp it if I see it. And then until then, I'm gonna move us back over here to this half-mile buoy. I'm still waiting for our light to get brighter, and it's gonna make spotting any spout way easier for everybody. So stay tuned right now. We're gonna hang out with our sea lion friends out on the half-mile buoy, and hopefully it won't be too long and we'll see a few more whales come in. As soon as I see them, I will get our camera going in their direction as fast as possible. So thanks again, everybody. Oh no, Era said there's a whale behind the boat. Okay, I'll go back over here. Thank you, Era. You are also a official junior ranger. Next time I see you, I'll make sure you get your badge. So thanks again, everybody. Stay tuned. We'll try to find these whales as they're coming through. They all seem to be way out there right now. All right, everybody, this is Luke here at the Whale Watching Center. So I did just locate a whale. I think this is the one Era has been seeing. It's way out on the horizon. I don't know if the camera is even picking it up very well. Let me try to do some camera magic here and make it a little brighter out there. This was a nice, big, strong spout, but it is way out there. Let me try to get it. We need one of these animals to come in really close again like they were the last couple days, but until then we'll try to get these ones on the camera. There are a lot of crab buoys out here today too, kind of making some white reflections out there, but I did just see a huge spout out on the horizon. So maybe we'll get lucky and spot this one here again. Thank you again, everybody, for all your help. It's nice to have, looks like we have 164 sets of eyes helping us right now watch, so that's awesome. Thank you, everybody, for joining us wherever you are from. We'll do our best here to catch a few of these whales on the camera for everybody. And so, Steve, I see your comment, hey, there's a lot of junior rangers that deserve a sticker today. You are right, and in a few minutes I will get my official Whale Watcher sticker out for everybody. You have all been doing a very, very good job so far today, so thanks again for all your help spotting these whales. And hopefully we'll see a few more on the camera here. We need them to come in a little closer, make it a little easier for everybody. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, well, I know I caught a nice spout on the middle of the screen there a few moments ago. So hopefully everybody was able to see that. This whale is probably 3 miles away, if not even further. It is way, way out there. But good eyes, everybody who has been spotting these so far. Most likely a gray whale. It seems to be just by itself. And that would be kind of a typical travel speed that we see this time of year. Gray whales swim about 4 miles an hour. They average somewhere around 100 miles of swimming every day. There it was. Okay, so it's just, yeah, it's way out there, and that looked like a gray whale spout. Gray whale spouts are actually kind of a V-shaped. Oh, there's a second one back there behind it. Look at that. So it looks like 2 whales kind of traveling somewhat close together. So this makes whale number 2 and 3 for the day. So good work, everybody. Yeah, way, 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 way out there. Pretty cool though. So we'll kind of track these ones for a little while, as long as we can keep up with them here. And I was kind of saying there was a spout on the right again. I was kind of saying earlier, the gray whale spout is kind of a V-shaped or a heart-shaped, people will say, if they're kind of swimming directly towards you or away from you. So these whales might be headed out to a little bit deeper water based on what I've seen. But who knows? They kind of do whatever they want. So let me try to keep the camera way out here for a minute. I'm glad a lot of folks are seeing them there. And I'm going to try to scan the horizon here. There was a littler spout to the left, but again, all the way on the top left of your screen. at least 3 miles out, there was another nice blow from the one in the front. So hopefully in the next few breathing sequences we might see a dive. We might get to see a little bit of the tail if they decide to do a little deeper dive. So stay tuned, everybody. There's whale number 2 and 3 for the day. All right, I see some good questions coming in here. Brittany asks, how long is a typical breathing sequence, like from one spout to another without the dive? So each whale, Brittany, is a little different, but these whales, it seemed like about 15 seconds or so between each breath. And so what we saw was kind of a series of breaths, 3 or 4 or 5, each one spaced out by about 15 seconds. And now they have gone on a dive, and they're going to be underwater for presumably about 5 minutes or so. And so, great question. See a few more coming in. And how long can they dive for? So typically this time of year, while they're swimming on this migration, the whales will dive underwater for around 5 minutes or so. And so we can expect, in the next 2 or 3 minutes for those whales to kind of reappear a little bit further to the north, because that's the way they're going. Good question. And we got a question from Richie Boy. Hey, how do the whales sleep if they have to come up for air so often? Great question. So gray whales don't ever really fully sleep. These are one of those animals that can turn off half of their brain at a time. And so they will rest the right hemisphere or the left hemisphere. They'll kind of alternate it back and forth. And so these animals, sometimes we'll see them kind of pull over and maybe stay in the same area for about 15 minutes or so. But every few minutes they're coming up to spout to breathe because they have to. Yeah, so great question. These are an animal that always has one eye open. They're watching for predators or anything that could harm them. And then also their brain has to tell their body to breathe. And so, again, you and I, we breathe without thinking about it. It just happens. But the whales, they have to consciously tell themselves to breathe, to come up to find air. Good question. Debbie says, isn't our water still cold for whales? Yes, our water is always cold here, actually. In Depot Bay, I think our water temperature is probably about 54, 53 degrees most of the year. Doesn't really change a whole lot. And so it's very, very cold, but that's where the whales find food, is only in cold water that has lots of nutrients in it. Good question. And Crystal asked, what are the gray whales' predators? And so the number one predator for a gray whale is an orca, or the killer whales. There's a group of orcas called transient orcas. That's actually who we saw last week, was a pod of transient orcas. And those transient orcas travel the coast all the way from Alaska to Mexico. And they are hunting marine mammals, so that's seals and sea lions and even other whales. And so that's going to be their number one predator. And then their second predator would be us, a ship or a rope in the ocean. Those are going to be their main predators out there in the water. Good question. All right, so sounds like the whale has come back up, and hopefully I didn't move it too fast. Sorry, I'm looking at the computer, not at the monitor right now. So let me know if I'm in the right spot or if I need to move it a little bit more to the north, everybody. All right, hang in there. More whales are on the way. All right, so there's one little spout just above the buoy there, and I know there was another one a little bit further back to the right, and so these are those two whales that we've been keeping up with here for the last 10 minutes or so. Trying to keep them in view here. They are literally on the edge of what our camera can see today, just given the light, and there's actually some kind of gray fog way out there. Okay, there was a little spout back and to the left, two. Oh, so there might actually be three. Oh my goodness, look at all these spouts. What's going on here? And so there was at least three spouts, or three separate whales there. So it'd be very rare for a whale to spout, like spout, spout. It's just too quick. And so I'm not sure what's going on. So there's one kind of in the center of the screen. Let's see if we can't see a few more. So I need my expert whale watcher's help here. How many whales are traveling in front of us right now? That was kind of a confusing spout pattern to me. Okay, one big one. What's going on here? Different whale there. One, two. Huh. Maybe just two. Very interesting. Well, our whale waiting is definitely over. We've got a couple big whales out there. And so we'll try to keep up with these here as long as we can. Pretty exciting though. And so I hope everybody's enjoying these. These are our first really good views of the day. This is at least whale number 2 and 3. I'm kind of thinking that there's 3 in this group. 2 right next to each other for sure. They're just above the buoy right now. I think they're, I don't know, that's confusing me. That third spout from that group every few times. And I know there's one to the right of these as well. And so 3, maybe 4 whales in this group. So hard to say. What do my experts think? Let me know in that comment box how many you think. Era says 3 spouts. Jill says 3 spouts. Angie B, 3. Rich says 4. I think there might be 4 whales total kind of spread out here, but I think there's 3 in this little grouping. So interesting. Very, very cool. Well, we'll keep watching these ones as long as we can, and I'm going to kind of look down to the south here. Hopefully we see some come in a lot closer here today at some point too. So stay tuned, everybody. This is exciting. Got some whales on the camera here. I saw somebody's in Nebraska. Yeah, there's definitely a very low chance of you seeing any whales in Nebraska. So I hope you're enjoying the cameras here today. All right, well, stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke here at the Depot Bay Whale Center, beautiful Oregon State Park Visitor Center. Just looking at the chat box, and oh goodness, we've got a couple hundred people here with us right now watching whales. So we should be seeing, I hope a lot of people are seeing what these whales are doing. Let me actually zoom in really close to the shore here. I have a huge sea lion down in the bubbles. I want to show everybody if I can find it. Where'd you go? Of course, as soon as I look over here, it's gone. If you're just joining us, we have been watching some gray whales for the last 10 or 15 minutes. These gray whales are probably 3 miles away, if not even a little further. They're really out on the edge of what we can see with the cameras today, with the light and everything kind of how it is. But yeah, we've been having to be patient so far this morning, but we have been rewarded with a group of whales, so that's exciting. We're going to be on the watch here. We should see some more gray whales, hopefully a little closer. These ones are fun, but they are so far away. I mean, they're difficult for a lot of folks to see, I know. But thankfully, we were able to get a few nice spouts and sequences on the camera there. So I'm just kind of leading where they were. They should be in this area. So everybody keep your eyes kind of focused back close to the horizon there is where I expect to see them come up. I saw a whole flurry of activity here in the chat. So let me see. John asked, would a mother and baby rise together and spout together? John, yes, we do see that. But I don't think that these are a mother and a baby, for a number of reasons. The first reason is they are so far out. Typically, we see the mothers and the calves swimming much, much closer to shore. That mother is actually protecting that calf from any kind of predator out there, specifically those orcas, and they tend to swim extremely close to shore to kind of hide in the waves and in the rocks, that kind of stuff. And also, when a baby gray whale is first swimming up here, we rarely actually see it spout. They're so small that the spouts are just not very visible. And so good question, good idea, and you are correct, but it would be a lot closer to shore typically if they were a mother and a baby out there. Yeah, Era says the third spout looked a little bushier than the 2 big ones. Yeah, it definitely does. There's definitely some different sized whales out there. And so a lot of you have noticed like there's a couple very big spouts going on out there, and one of them seems a lot smaller. And it probably is. It's probably just a younger whale, I would guess, but I don't think it's a baby. I think it's because of, again, how far away we are looking, and we can still see that spout. It would be, I don't believe that it's a calf this early too. Spencer asks, any chance we can talk you into doing this through the month of April? So Spencer, we will be streaming our cameras every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the next several weeks at least. I am gonna kind of go, well, it's not really out on a limb, but we will be streaming at least through the month of April. And so yes, we will be here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. looking for whales for the next while. And so we're happy to be able to do that. And I hope that a lot of people are enjoying what we're able to do. Yep, sea lion, John saw it. Jill says, first time I have ever actually seen a spout. And Jill, if you saw those spouts, I just want you to wait, okay? Or check out some of our other videos. Sometimes the spouts are so close, we don't even have to zoom in. So yeah, just hang in there, Jill. I want you to hang out for the month that we're doing this at least. Got the Coast Guard flying by here. Try to zoom in on these guys here, guys and gals flying by every day. They do some flights along the whole coast. That one I think is out of Coos Bay, maybe Newport, I can't really tell. It's flying too fast, hang in. And so the Coast Guard's out here every day, just patrolling, making sure all the boats are being safe, making sure everybody's is doing good. So nice to catch up with them every once in a while. So let's try to get back out here to these whales. I'll try to relocate them, but they should be up any minute now. Kind of lead them here a little bit. And I'll scan with my binoculars here too really soon. This is awesome, whale watching from home. John, I'm glad you like it. Yep, I hope everybody is home right now being safe, watching whales in their pajamas. Sounds pretty awesome. Let's see. Crystal asks, how many whales die in a year? That's a really good question, Crystal. I don't have a good answer, and so I don't even want to guess right now. But next time I chat with one of our researchers here in the Newport area, I will ask them, hey, is there a guess about how many whales pass away each year? Good question. How do the tides, let's see. Is there a name of this area of water, just say a channel, etc., or just the Pacific coast? John S., we are in Depot Bay, Oregon. And so that's the town of Depot Bay. We're right here kind of on the north central coast. And so we are coming to you live from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. This is an Oregon State Park Visitor Center. And typically we're open to the public this time of year, and like 1,000 people a day come through here. But obviously things are way different this year. And so we are happy to bring you this whale watching experience virtually right now. And so I hope, John, to meet you in person someday in the future. But right now we're going to be right here in Depot Bay, just online for now. How do the tides affect whale watching opportunities? A. Roger 2 asked. You know, for us, the tides don't really influence the whale watching opportunities. A big tide exchange for us, there might be a 10-foot difference in high tide to low tide, but a day like today, there's not even close to that. And so the whales, they don't seem to really care what the tide is doing from our vantage point here in Depot Bay. Good question. What are the male and female terms for whales? Deer are bucks and does. Good question. So I have heard a few different things. You could have the males referred to as bulls, and the females would be cows. And they have the calves. The baby whales are the calves. And so that's the main one. Very good question, yeah. Jill says, yep, we are in the Depot Bay Visitor Center. Jamie's in Ashland and their granddaughters are watching. First time seeing a spout. Awesome. Well, I hope we can find these. Oh, I saw a whale that's way closer. Well, a little bit closer. Let me go over here. Where's my mile buoy? Okay, so I saw a whale. This one's only about a mile out, so like 3 times closer than those other ones. And so hopefully this one comes in and we're able to see it again. It was a nice, big, strong spout. And so let me kind of focus here with the camera for a few moments and see if we can't get this one visible again. Yeah, it was way closer than those ones that we were watching out on the horizon. It's still pretty far. I would prefer one to come in a lot closer, but we'll see what they do here today. So this will be whale number 5 or 6. If we can spot it again here. So let me kind of zoom out just a little bit. There's our 1 mile buoy on the right side of your screen. It was about that same distance, but a little bit to the right of it. Where'd you go, whale? Well, let me kind of look at the chat here while we're waiting for that whale to come back up. There was just a spout. Yep, Crystal saw it. Awesome. A good one right in the center. Good. I'm glad I got that one on the camera there, everybody. And that was the blow I saw behind the boat. Do whales sometimes feed off the bottom? Ashley asks. Yeah, and so gray whales are actually kind of bottom feeders. They typically find their food in the mud or the sand, or here in Depot Bay there is no mud and sand, and so they're actually just skimming way down in the water column where their food kind of congregates. And so, yeah, good question. Where do they feed? And John S. asks, are there only gray whales or other types? Can you tell by their spouts? John, we could see a lot of different species of whales here, and we can kind of tell by their spouts. The other whales that we would expect to see at that distance that we were watching, those first ones, would be humpback whales. Okay, that whale's actually swimming the wrong way. I saw that spout. It's over here by the 1 mile buoy now. So this might be a whale that's looking for some food or doing some circles here in our bay. That'd be good. Hopefully we can entice it in a little closer. So John, we could see some humpbacks. It would be pretty early in the year for us to see humpbacks, but not unheard of. And so that's why that last group of whales, we were watching it very closely while we could. Humpbacks, they usually spout kind of like that. They stay together in a pod. But humpbacks, even that far out, we would probably been able to see some more activity, a big dive. You know, their backs and their tails, they always throw them way up in the air when they do a dive, or even some kind of a breach or a fin slap. Humpbacks are very, very active. They make a commotion usually when they are around. And so because we just saw spouting and nothing else, okay, this whale is definitely going the wrong way. I just saw it again. We should tell him or her that Alaska is the other way. But we'll try to keep up with this one here. It's heading south at the moment. So good question, John. Ashley asks, do whales fart or toot? Maybe, I don't know. I've never been that close. Good question. That whale's swimming the wrong way. Yeah, Rich, it is. So I'm going to try to keep up with it here. I'm going to turn the microphone off for a few minutes, grab my coffee, and try to zoom in on this whale. But we'll try to see what's up with this whale. Maybe he's confused, or maybe they're just looking for a bite to eat. So stay tuned. We will try to figure out what's going on with that one. Okay, did everybody see that? That whale is totally swimming the wrong way. So let's see, it is coming a little closer too, so that's good. But let's keep an eye on it here and see if we can't get a closer look. So I think, I don't know, you'll have to help me out. This is still whale 5 or 6, something like that, but hopefully it comes in and we get a good look at it. All right, that last spout was right behind the buoy there, so it is. It's kind of circling in closer. That's exciting. The bad news is I see a big rain cloud headed our direction, and the first few raindrops have hit my window. So hopefully it doesn't get us too bad, and we're able to watch this whale here. But we'll see what happens here. So, Steve, love it when you spot a whale, you're answering questions, and yeah, I get excited. Whales are exciting. You know, I've seen thousands of whales over the years, but every time I think it's amazing. I mean, it's a whale, for crying out loud. They're cool. Jill asked, do they ever fight or get aggressive towards each other? You know, gray whales, not really. You know, they might bump and jostle a little bit down in the breeding lagoons, but it's never like a battle to the death or anything like that. Other whale species, though, that is different. And so orcas, I know, are a little more, the males have to be a little more aggressive because it's a little more, their breeding strategies are a lot different than gray whales, for example. And so, yeah, different whale species are different, how that all works. But gray whales are usually pretty docile. Good question. Brittany asks, how do you like your coffee, Ranger Luke? I like my coffee like, yes, please. I just like coffee. So, yep. No, it's pretty hard to mess up coffee. Do whales use their tail as a weapon, Crystal asked. Sometimes they will use their tail, like certain orcas will use their tail to hunt their prey. They'll kind of whap at it. Like seals or sea lions, they'll kind of hit them with their tail to try to injure them while they're hunting, that kind of stuff. But gray whales, they don't really use their tail. I mean, they could, and I've heard about it, like if a mother gray whale is being attacked by orcas and she's protecting her calf, that is her biggest, strongest muscle. Man, this whale is just really cruising to the south here really fast. Trying to keep up with it over here now. And I'm not sure what's going on with this one. Maybe he dropped his keys. Hard to say. Needs his passport. Gotta go look for it. So Crystal, the mother gray whales will use their tail to try to defend themselves and their calves by kind of swinging it at orcas and stuff. So yeah, I guess they kind of do. Jill asks, are there many folks at the visitor center with you? No. Our visitor center is closed right now, so it is just me. It is usually just one park ranger here. There are 2 of us here from time to time if we're switching. Like sometimes I'll pass the microphone and the camera over to another park ranger to do these live streams, but it's usually just one of us here right now. How much can a humpback whale weigh? Good question. So humpback whales are about the same length as a gray whale, but they're just a little fatter. They get a little bit bigger in the belt. And so a gray whale could weigh 40 to 45 tons. A humpback whale might weigh 50 to 55 tons, just a little bit more. But good question. Yep. Self-defense of the gray whales. Yep, so the tails. How long do the baby whales stay with their mom? Crystal also asks. The baby gray whales, these calves, will usually stay with their moms for just about 7 months, and so maybe 8. And so by July and August, most of the gray whale mothers and calves will have separated. That mother has taught that baby whale everything they need to know about being a whale at that point. And so gray whales are usually solitary most of their life. They get together for the breeding season, and that's really about it. You know, in the summertime here we might see 5 or 6 whales feeding in the bay at the same time, but they'll be kind of spread out. They don't stay together. They're just kind of taking advantage of all the food that's here. They just like being in the same area, but they don't know each other. They're not like working together or anything. So lots of really good questions here today. My 11-year-old son would like to know, can you tell the difference between a girl and a boy whale? No, that's a good question. You know, we cannot, just looking at the whale right now especially, we cannot tell the difference between a boy and a girl whale. One of the only ways that we know if it's a boy or a girl whale is later in the spring. Oh, there's that whale again, way out there. We can tell in the spring, usually May and June, when those mothers and calves are swimming by. If there is a whale with a baby calf, we assume that that is its mother. And so, good question though. Yeah, there's nothing that we can see on the outside that would help us indicate if it's a male or a female whale. And that's true for gray whales. Brett asks, are the whales practicing social distancing? 100% they're practicing social distancing, yes. So usually they're very spread out, like this one is all by itself. We would have to go and have a conversation with those whales earlier that were all grouped up together, but it's a long way to swim to go chat with them. Yes, whales are excellent at social distancing. They stay usually far, far apart from each other. Good question. Where was another one? Rich asks, can whales get the coronavirus? I'm assuming you mean coronavirus, and I do not know for sure, but I would say probably not. Yep. Era, 6 whales today. Yep, awesome, thank you. Jill was in Hawaii a couple weeks ago and saw lots of humpbacks, very active, breaches, tail slaps. Their tails seem so much bigger than the gray whales. Yeah, humpbacks, again, are super active. They love to jump out of the water and put on a show. And that's one of the main ways I can distinguish what kind of whales they are if they're way out on the horizon, is what are they doing? You know, are they just swimming around being nice and quiet, or are they making a big commotion? If they're making a lot of noise, there are usually some humpbacks out there. So good question. Yeah, so gray whales go to Mexico for the winter. That's their nice warm winter area. And then the humpback whales from our part of the world, they all go to Hawaii. I shouldn't say all, most of them go to Hawaii. So they all have a nice warm place to go spend the winter. Oops, got too much rain here. Let me try to get through my windows again, out to that half-mile buoy. So the gray whales go to Mexico, head south, and then the humpback whales go to Hawaii. That's their nice warm breeding area for the winter months. Sorry, there we go. Come on, camera, you can do it. You can do it. Let's go out there back to this half-mile buoy. So we do have a little rain kind of moving through right now. It's going to kind of blur our vision, but we'll just leave the camera right there for now and see if we can get lucky and maybe a whale will swim through our view right there. Lots and lots of questions coming in here, so let me try to get through a few of these. Sam asked, do the whales feel the effects of pressure the deeper they dive? Yes, absolutely. Do whales hibernate? Ashley asked, nope, they do not. Do the whales have the same mate for life? Kenny asks. No, they do not. Gray whales, they will typically have a different mating partner every year. Not partner even, like they will breed many, many times while they're down there in the lagoon. So a good way to mix up your genetic diversity for sure. Is anyone studying whale communication? Yes, there are tons of people who are studying that. Most whale species do make some vocalizations, and some of them, it's assumed that they can communicate. So yes, lots of different research done on whale communications. There's a whole nother couple days of your life right now dedicated to YouTube and like the Smithsonian and National Geographic. Lots of teams and lots of research is done on whale communication. Very, very good question. How large are the hearts of a gray whale? Margot, that's a great question. I'm going to have to figure out some kind of a scale. I know that a blue whale heart is about the size of a small car, but a blue whale is like 3 times bigger than a gray whale. So I'm going to have to do a little research and figure out a good analogy for how big a heart of a gray whale is. John asks, do humpbacks make nets of bubbles to trap fish? Do gray whales do that too? So yes, the humpbacks do that behavior. It's called bubble net feeding. And they work together, and sometimes they'll blow a circle of bubbles around whatever fish that they're chasing, usually like herring or anchovies. And gray whales, they don't work together to capture their prey. They're usually foraging all by themselves. But there has been some video taken where it appears that some whales have dove down and then are blowing bubbles underwater, kind of forcing stuff up to the top. So maybe that's going to be my answer for you, John, right now. Maybe. Amy asks, how long do gray whales live? Amy, it's about 70 years, we'll say. That's an average. A Law asks, hey, where are we filming from? We are located at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We're coming to you live from the shores of Depot Bay, Oregon. And Rich says, my screen is wet. Yep. Unfortunately, we do not have any kind of windshield wiper. It's just, I'm going to crank the heat on our windows here and get it to evaporate here, but I'll do that in just a moment. Ashley asks, do whales ever attack people? No, not in the wild. There's never been a report of a whale attacking a human just because out in the wild. It's a little bit different when we talk about a few hundred years ago and when people were hunting whales. There are lots of stories about whales that were being hunted or harpooned, like sinking ships. Actually, these very gray whales that you and I are looking for right now, one of their nicknames in the 1800s and early 1900s was the devilfish or the devil whale, because as a ship would try to hunt them, the mother whales would fight very fiercely and sink ships and ultimately kill sailors who were trying to get them because they were very, very protective of their calves. So to answer your question now, no, whales don't really seem to attack people, but if we go back in time, maybe. Lots of questions. Okay, so I'm going to take a little break on the questions for a little bit, and I want everybody to stay tuned. I'm going to try to dry off our windows here a little bit, and then we'll get our cameras back out, and hopefully we'll see a few more gray whales or other whale species. If you're just joining us, we have spotted 6 gray whales today. We've got some rain on our windows right now, so feel free and kind of rewind in the broadcast, and you'll be able to see a few whales spouting. 5 of our whales were swimming south to north or left to right across our screen, but for some reason the last whale we saw decided to circle back. It was actually headed south. It was going the wrong way. So maybe we'll see that one again when it gets kind of its bearings and heads back north again. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back, and hopefully we'll see some more whales here pretty soon. All right, well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke. I'm a park ranger with Oregon State Parks here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. That's where we are coming to you live. We are located in the central coast of Oregon, beautiful state park visitor center, and we are overlooking the Pacific Ocean right now, watching gray whales as they swim along our coast, and most of them are headed north up to Alaska right now. If you're just joining us, we have spotted 6 whales so far today. We just had a little rain kind of move through the area, and that's why your picture might be a little bit fuzzy. And so as this rain kind of evaporates off our windows, it should just get more and more clear. We'll be able to see some more whales out here for sure today. So we got off to a little bit of a slower start, but in the last half hour or so, we saw quite a few whales out in front of us. Most of them, for some reason, have been way out there today, 2 or 3 miles, if not a little more. But we did just have one come in a lot closer, but it was swimming the wrong way. So I'm not sure what's up with that whale, but we'll kind of watch out for that one too. And so I see a few questions have come in. Elizabeth says, from the kiddo, how many whales have you seen last year? So last year, we'll say year 2019. Oh, I don't have an exact number in front of me, but I'm gonna say we probably spotted between 2,000 and 3,000 whales. And so usually our visitor center is open almost every day, and we have park rangers like myself or different volunteers stationed here all year long, and their only job is to look for whales and help people learn about them. And people don't often realize that you could see a whale from the Oregon coast almost every day of the year. You know, the wintertime, February is every year is our slowest month because, you know, most of the gray whales are already down in Mexico. But we do still see some, even on the big stormy days. All summer long, we will watch gray whales, we will see humpback whales, we will see several species of whales all summer long. So yes, lots and lots of whales can be spotted from here in Depot Bay. And yep, Era is promoting. Era is a longtime volunteer with the Whale Watch program, and I know there's a lot of Whale Watch volunteers with us on the cameras right now. So the Whale Watch program, Whale Watch Spoken Here program, is a volunteer program that has happened for the last 41 years. And every winter and every spring, hundreds of volunteers assemble out on the Oregon coast. For the spring, we would have just had the Spring Whale Watch Week, was last week. And typically, that time of year, we will collectively count and document around 2,000 gray whales together as they're swimming along the coast. So it can be a very, very powerful event. Obviously, this year is much, much different. We did not have any volunteers stationed out in the parks, just as an effort to limit the spread of this COVID virus. And so all the parks are closed. But we are able to still bring you this live camera, and we're very happy to be able to do that and get everybody looking at whales with us and kind of help pass some of the time here while we're all doing our social distancing. And so I see Era, you guys are answering all those questions. Very, very good. Where are whales in the food chain? Gray whales are pretty close to the top. Once they reach adulthood, they're pretty safe. You know, when the gray whale is young, it could be attacked by orcas, but as they get into maturity, into their full size, not much will mess with them. Good questions. Crystal asks, can a gray whale mate with a humpback whale? Probably not. Trevor says, hello from Dublin, Ireland. And hi, I hope you're doing great. And what was he doing swimming backwards? I have the very same question, my friend. I'm not sure. Kenny asked, do sharks ever attack whales? Sometimes. Sharks are usually a little deeper out in the ocean, like miles and miles away from shore, where these gray whales spend most of their time very close to shore, usually within a few miles. So, I mean, it could happen. A lot goes on out there in the ocean that we are not able to see. So I'm not going to say that it never happens, but I have not heard about a shark attacking a gray whale personally. So it could happen, but I'm not sure. Lauren says, learning a lot today. You're welcome. Ashley asks, do we save the whales or just watch them? So we are mainly here to help people watch them and to help people begin their education journey when it comes to whales. We at the Oregon State Parks, we do not actively go out there and rescue whales or anything. We stay here on the shore and just watch them. But if you're interested in learning more about whale conservation or different efforts all around the world, you can do a little internet search, and there are lots of organizations that are extremely dedicated to helping the whales, not just here in the United States, but worldwide. And so a good group for you to actually check out, Ashley. It doesn't matter where you are, but I want you to check out the American Cetacean Society. They have chapters all around the United States, and they are an extremely dedicated group of folks who do a lot of outreach and education about whales, and then they can help you learn how to become more involved if whale conservation is your thing. And if there's anybody else on the feed right now that has a good place to go for somebody like Ashley, feel free to leave a comment in the box there of some other good organizations that Ashley could look up and learn more about whale conservation. Good job. And so Trevor asks, hey Eric, can you teach a whale to do stuff the same as a dolphin? It'd be a little trickier. These whales are huge, and so there are no big whales like this in captivity. Good question. And John also asks, are there any promising updates on the swirling plastic debris in the middle of the Pacific? I know what you're referring to, the big Pacific garbage patch. I don't have any of the latest updates on that. I do know that it's still out there. It's definitely still a problem for lots of whale species and other marine life. Good question, but you'd have to look that one up on your own. And Ayla with our first whale joke of the day. There's always at least one. If a group of whales needs to make a decision, can they flip a coin? Ha, ha, ha. Okay, you got me. All right, everybody, our windows are drying off here. I'm gonna get my binoculars out. Let's find some whales. So stay tuned and hang in there. All right, sorry about that. Trying to get the camera to focus out here a little ways through the raindrops. I did just see a nice spout this direction, so I'm going to leave the camera pointed over here. And all of a sudden, the skies are blue, the sun is bright, and so I anticipate we'll start seeing quite a few whales here now if they are in front of us. And so hang in there, everybody. Your patience is noted, and I hope that we are rewarded here with some more whales very soon. So again, we're watching for these big gray whale spouts as they're traveling north along the Oregon coast. And we'll try to catch up with this one as it's on the, kind of the north end of our bay, but it's pretty close. All right, hopefully everybody's seeing this. A few nice big spouts kind of in the top left of your screen, so we'll watch this one for a few more minutes. All right, well, we'll count that whale as number 7 over there on kind of the north end of our bay. I'm going to zoom back out here now, and we're going to come over to our buoys again. I did spout another whale that will be our number 8, but it's way far down on our south right now. So while we're waiting, I'm going to go over here to this half-mile buoy and zoom out to it. And so let's watch kind of behind it as well. I see a fishing boat back there. And so let's watch in this direction for a little bit. We might see some spouts kind of back there on the horizon. And as soon as this whale comes from the south closer to us a little bit, I'll be sure to get the camera down there as well. So again, my name is Luke. I'm a ranger with Oregon State Parks, and we're coming to you live today from Depot Bay, Oregon. It is Thursday, April 2nd, and we will be streaming for about another 2 hours today until 2 p.m. Pacific time. So I hope everybody is enjoying the cameras so far. We've had lots of good questions, lots of good comments, and a lot of new visitors here with us today. So stay tuned, and we'll try to see a few more whales. Well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. And we are here coming to you live from our visitor center located in Depot Bay, Oregon. We're at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. And we're kind of on the wait. We're on the watch for our next gray whale or two to come into view here. I did spot one a few minutes ago way down on our south, so we're waiting for it to come a little closer into view, and hopefully we'll be able to catch that one on the camera for everybody. If you're just joining us, we have spotted 6 or 7 gray whales so far today. We just had a rain shower pass over us a little bit ago, but it's just a beautiful afternoon here now looking out over the water. So we're happy to be able to bring this to you while everybody is home, staying safe, staying healthy. And we can all watch whales together. And so we've just got some beautiful colors out over the water right now. There's greens and blues, and we're just waiting for some spouts. We need some whales to come into view here. The last couple days were pretty stormy, and when that happens, a lot of times the whales will get pushed out in a little deeper water. They're trying to swim in a little calmer water. And so sometimes it takes a little while for them to come back close to shore. But we'll go out here to our half-mile buoy again. Let's go over to the 1-mile buoy for a little bit. I've got good light over here. A lot of fishing ships out and about right now. Today is the first calm day in quite a while. So I saw a question come through earlier, what are they fishing for? Usually these ships are fishing, actually they're looking for crab. Dungeness crab is the most productive and the most cost-effective fishery here in Oregon. And so most of these ships are actually setting crab pots and pulling up the ones that they set a few days ago in hopes that they are full of a bunch of those delicious Dungeness crab. So good question. I saw a question earlier, how tall is a gray whale spout? A full-grown gray whale, the spout will be maybe 10 to 12 feet tall, maybe a little taller. And today we have almost no wind at all, and so that's why we're able to see some of these whales as they're way out on the horizon, because there's no wind and those spouts kind of linger in the air for a little while. So yeah, some really good questions. Logan asks, what does it mean when a whale breaches? Are they like excited or showing off? Nobody really knows. There's a few different theories about why a whale breaches, these gray whales specifically. Number one would be maybe they have a lot of barnacles on their body and they're starting to weigh them down a little bit. Maybe they breach to try to knock some of them off. Maybe they have an itch, something like that. But one of the most just kind of common theories is that they breach because they can. And so we see quite a bit of breaching here in the springtime as these whales are headed back north. And so I don't have a great answer for that, but they don't really know. We don't really know, but it is fun when they do it. It's fun to watch for sure. John says, I think the whales are taking a nap. I'm going to sign off. Well, thanks for joining us, John. Yeah, it's nap time for a lot of people. I just had some lunch here, so I could go for a little nap, but not yet. Got a few more hours of work here, and we'll be streaming for another hour and a half here for everybody. Hopefully we'll see a few more whales. Hopefully they'll become a little more active here in the afternoon. So great questions, everybody. So stay tuned. Be on the watch for gray whales and anything else that swims by in front of us here. And while we're waiting, we're just kind of zoomed out looking at these buoys. Hopefully it's just a nice relaxing view there on your TV for everybody. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. If you want to learn more about our visitor center, be sure to check out the Oregon State Parks website, www.oregonstateparks.org. And if you have not done so already, please hit that like button on this video. Feel free to subscribe to the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel and turn on your notification bell, and that way you'll get an email every time we go live with our cameras, and so you won't miss any of the whales as we're watching them here for the next few weeks. So, all right, everybody, well, hang tight. Hopefully we'll see some more whales here pretty soon. Oh, Julie, here we go. Miles, my 5-year-old, wants to say that sometimes humpbacks whales eat giant squid. Ooh, well, humpback whales, maybe, but that would be an accident. I think, Miles, you are thinking of sperm whales. Sperm whales love to eat giant squid. Yep, cool. And Reed wants to know how long whales live. Well, Reed, different kinds of whales live different ages. And so these gray whales that we're watching for right now, they can typically live, we'll say, about 70 years. So pretty long time. Other whales can live to be 100 years old or even longer. Orca whales, some of the killer whales, the females live a little longer. And there was a female orca from the Pacific Northwest resident pod up in the Seattle area. Her name was Granny, and she was a very famous orca or killer whale. And she passed away a few years ago, and she was 104 years old. So that's pretty awesome. Now, oh, sounds like maybe we got some spouts way out there. So let's kind of keep an eye out there. Thanks, Rick. There are other whale species. The right whale, they can actually live over 200 years old. So pretty amazing how long some of those whales can live. So yeah, good question. All right, Jamie and Rick have spotted 2 more whales behind the buoy. So everybody, let's watch back there. See if we can't find them again. All right, well, stay tuned, everybody. It sounds like we got a few more whales. I'll try to focus on the camera here and see what we can see. All right, everybody. Well, I got that last spout right in the center of the screen there. There it is again, right in the center of the screen. So thank you to Rick and Jamie for spotting that whale for everybody. We'll try to keep up with it here, as this one's still probably 2.5 miles away. For some reason, all of our whales today, well, most of them have been way, way, way out there, but we're still able to see them. The weather is so nice over the water right now. That's great. So I'll try to watch this one. I just caught 2 spouts from it, maybe 3, and I think it's gone down for a dive. So we'll have to keep an eye out for this one. Oh, there it is on the right side of the screen. So let me move right over here. See if we can't watch this one a few more times. I'm zoomed out as far as I can go. You can see a big fishing ship way back there on the edge. But that whale should be kind of on the left side of your screen, maybe the center of the screen if it comes up again. So here we go, whale number 8. All right, everybody, this is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Well, we've got one whale way, way out in the distance, and I was looking at that little boat for a while. That's actually a big boat. That's one of the commercial crab fishing boats. Wow. Okay, so let me kind of zoom back out here. We'll go over to our half-mile buoy again and see if we can't pick up our next whale kind of back behind it. It has turned into just a very, very pretty day here on the Central Oregon coast. And nice calm water, flat oceans. Oh, Steve, I see your thing. Lots of junior rangers here. We need our sticker for the day. So yes, you are all official junior ranger. Well, you're all official whale watchers. You're actually certified. So let me give everybody their sticker here for the day. And if you'd like, you can take a picture of this. You can share it on your social media platform of your choice. And if you do, be sure to use the hashtag #ORWhaleWatch. And then that kind of groups all of our photos together. It's neat to see where everybody is when they're watching with us. So here is your sticker. I'll hold it up here for about 15 seconds or so. If you want to get your cameras out, you can take a picture of your screen. Let me hold that here. There you go. You are all certified whale watchers from here in Depot Bay, Oregon. That is a photo of a gray whale in that picture, in that sticker right there. I took that last year, I want to say. We were up above a little bit. It was really, really pretty day. So there you go. You are all certified whale watchers today. And I'll hold that up again at the end of the broadcast. Make sure everybody gets that. So thank you, Steve, for reminding me. All right, now let's go back out here to our half-mile buoy and see if we can't find a few more whales. Oh, I might have just had a spout back there. So the light right now is really, really good. Beautiful contrast between our blue water and the nice bright sky. And so any kind of a spout that happens out over the ocean there, we should be able to detect very easily. So help me watch for these whales, everybody. Even though they are staying way far out there today, you all have done an excellent job of spotting these gray whales today as they've been swimming along our shore. Let me try to get our camera adjusted. There we go. See, a question came in. Is a shark whale a whale? I think you mean, is a whale shark a whale? No. A whale shark is actually is not a whale. It does not breathe air. Good question. Very confusing. But yes, those are not whales. They do not breathe air. They actually swim through the water. They do filter out plankton, but they are not a whale. Great question. And I got a comment here from Mindy. My Millie is excited to get her sticker. She has been watching all day. Well, Millie, there you go. There is your whale sticker for the day. I hope you're having a great day. So we'll keep our eyes out here. It's about 12:45, 12:43 Pacific time. We have about an hour and 20 minutes of our live broadcast here today. And just a reminder, we will be bringing you this camera every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Pacific time for at least the next several weeks. So hope everybody's enjoying the camera today. It's just a very pretty day out here on the ocean, but I hope everybody is staying home, doing some very good social distancing, and keeping everybody healthy. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. I'm gonna get my binoculars out and see if we can't find a few more whales. I'll leave it right here. If you see whales on the horizon back there, you let me know, and we will zoom in and try to find them. Thanks again, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke, park ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. I did spot another gray whale kind of headed our direction. Another minute or 2 or 10. It could be on our camera here. I'll start looking around for it here in a few minutes with the camera. It's still a little ways off to our south, but it is heading this way, so we'll keep an eye out. Saw a question come in from Brittany. My 5-year-old wants to know how big a wave can get. Well, waves out here in the Pacific Ocean can be really, really, really big. The biggest waves that I have personally ever seen here in Depot Bay were over 50 feet tall. So they were as big as a 5-story building, and that was a huge storm that we had in February a couple years ago. So waves can be really, really big sometimes. But good question. And oh, Matt Cook, Oregon, welcome. You've found us again. Matt, you're a longtime viewer. You've been joining us for the last few years. Yeah, well, welcome. And you're right. We've got a lot of people joining us on the stream here now. A lot of people are at home doing some great social distancing. Matt, I hope you're home and healthy and having a good day wherever you are. But yeah, we've been doing our stream for the last 10 days or so for the Whale Watch Week, and we've actually extended it now. So Matt, you'll find us every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. here on the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel. And you'll be able to watch us from 10 to 2, 3 days a week now for quite a while. So Matt, good to see you. Yeah, over the last couple weeks, we've had over 300,000 people check out some of our videos. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Very, very awesome. That's great. Welcome. Yeah, Brittany, 50-foot wave, that's really, really big. There's even some bigger waves that happen out in the open ocean. But yeah, 50 feet, that was huge. I mean, you could feel the whole town shaking that day. So really, really big waves. Well, if you're just joining us, we have spotted 8 whales so far today. We're waiting for our next ones to kind of come into view. All of our whales have been way, way out today. And so we've been kind of straining with the camera to see them. The last few days we had some in much closer, made it a little easier, but today is such a beautiful day here now. The rain has ended and the skies have cleared. Bright blue sky, and we're able to see quite a few miles out there and see a few of these whales. So, all right. And Pedal PDX is back. Yep, hope you're having a good lunch break. It's a nice day here at the coast. We've spotted 8 whales so far today. And so we're hanging in there. And Steve, playing guitar and mandolin while whale watching. Stay safe. Yep, you too, Steve. We'll see you next time. And Jamie asked, what was that hashtag? That hashtag is OR Whale Watch. Hashtag OR Whale Watch. And you'll see a few people have put their stickers in there right now. And that's kind of the way, that's a pretty new hashtag for us. OR Whale Watch. And if you go whale watching in the future out here along our coast, you are welcome to tag any of your social media pictures or videos or whatever you want with that hashtag, and then it kind of groups all of our pictures together, and so we can kind of share our photos and see where everybody is watching with us. So Jamie says, middle screen, did you see a spout? What did you see? Could be a whale, hopefully. Let me get my binoculars out, everybody, and see if we can't find these whales. Night Pedal PDX. I see your question there. How's the Ocean Sound microphone coming? Good. I've got one on order, and so hopefully we will have a dual microphone set up next week, and we'll be able to kind of share some ocean sounds with you. I still have to kind of test it and make sure it's all going to work, but yes, we're working on it. I'd love to share some of these ocean sounds with you. I know I got a comment a few days ago, a guy, he was watching on his computer, he actually just opened another tab and he found ocean sound kind of playing in the background, and then he went back to our tab, so he's looking at the waves. He could hear the ocean from the other screen, and so that was his workaround right now. But yep, we're working on another microphone setup so that we can kind of get some of the sounds of the ocean here for everybody too. So good question. Thanks everybody, and stay tuned. We should find some more whales. I know Jamie, you said you saw that whale out there. I'm assuming it's the one I saw a few minutes ago. I'm trying to track it down with my binoculars right now too, so stay tuned. Oops, sorry everybody. I see your comments, they're on a delay here. I've got it pointed back at the 1 mile. Am I in the right spot, or do I need to go a little bit more to the north? Left of the mile buoy. Okay. So I'm thinking I'm right there. Oh, there they are. Yeah, right behind the buoy. You are awesome. Great eyes, everybody. So there was just a nice spout back there behind that 1 mile buoy. There it is. So there's whale number 9 for the day. Good job, you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, that was cool. Big spout and then a dive. So I think there's actually 2 whales, if because that spout and dive were way too close together. So very cool. Let's watch these ones for a little bit. You guys are all awesome. Thank you so much for helping us find those whales. There's another spout right behind that buoy. Very, very cool. So those look like 2 gray whales, so that'd be whale 9 and 10 actually, not just 9. Awesome. All right, everybody. Well, hang in there. Let's try to keep up with these whales for a little bit. They just did their dive, so probably a few more minutes before they come back up again, but we will try to watch them as long as we can. All right, whale watchers. Well, this is Luke here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. So we're trying to locate these whales again. Presumably they've come a little further to the north here. And I see there's some folks probably spotted another whale even further back on the horizon. So there's our 1 mile buoy. So they're going to be over here somewhere. And usually the gray whales will dive down for about 5 minutes or so between spouting sequences. So any minute now we should have them come back up, and hopefully we'll be able to watch them for a few minutes. But yeah, this is whale 9 and 10 and probably 11, it sounds like, out even further on the horizon there. If you're just joining us, it's a beautiful day here in Depot Bay, Oregon. Quite a few whales here today. We're just waiting for these ones to kind of appear again. We'll get them on the camera here, hopefully. Stay tuned, everybody. All right, everybody. Well, I'm counting on you and your eagle eyes here. All 160 of you. We're trying to relocate these whales. And at least the two that were a little closer, they were big. So we should see those spouts again. But these ones have obviously turned on their stealth mode. And they are being very sneaky for the time being. So we'll just kind of keep our eyes up here to the north a little bit. And hopefully we get another spout here pretty soon. Yeah, Matt Cook, enhance. Exactly, I wish. So these whales, they're probably like 3 miles away, if maybe even a little further. So our camera, it is really, really good, but it can't see forever. And so we need a whale or two to come in a little closer today for sure. Jamie, say thanks for doing. You're so welcome, Jamie. This is the exact goal of this camera, is to help people like you and other people who are at home right now. Just give you something to do for a little while. Look at some whales with us. And you know, as I've said before, hundreds of thousands of people over the last couple weeks have tuned in and looked at whales with us, and it is a true pleasure to be able to do this and have fun with everybody. You guys and gals, we are a little community right now doing this together, and so I know everyone is isolating and practicing some very good social distancing, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun and look for whales too. Oh, far right, far right. Okay, let me go. I see it. Question, I see the comments. There you go. You are all so awesome, and this is why we do this together. Okay, so it should be kind of on the left side of your screen now, towards the top. Let me try to get it more in the center here. Carefully, carefully. So I saw that spout right kind of where that gull is flying now. This is why when you get 160 people together, somebody's gonna see the whale. Awesome. So yes, like I was saying, I love this, and I hope you all do too. It's just a fun way to kind of communicate with other people and have some fun and look for whales. So I'm very, very happy to be able to do this for you, and I feel very proud that we can. So thanks again to the folks in the Oregon State Parks upper levels that allow us to do this. This is a great way to reach out to people and interact with our visitors and viewers, truly from around the world. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Beaker61, watching whales while folding clothes from the laundry. Great show. Yep, that's good multitasking right there, Beaker. Very, very good. All right, so we'll try to keep up with these whales. I'm pretty sure that there's 2 out here, but again, they are so far away. All of our whales today have been almost on the edge of what we can see. And so I'm not sure why. It could be the last couple days were so stormy, they've all kind of moved out to a little deeper water. But I really hope here, it's now 1:18, 1:20 almost. So we've got 40 more minutes of streaming today. And I really hope we can catch one in a little bit closer, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So if you're just joining us, this is whale number 9 and 10, I believe. And so we're just trying to keep up with them here as they swim north along the Oregon coast. And so stay tuned, everybody. We're going to be watching these whales as long as we can. And I'm going to try to find a few more here, hopefully a little closer. Thanks again for being here, everybody, and be right back. Alright folks, so I've got them in the center of the screen again. I've caught a few random spouts here and there from them, but these ones are getting way far away now. So this will probably be the last few moments that we watch these gray whales as they're heading north. I want everybody to wish them well. They still have about 3,000 miles to swim. There was a spout right there, kind of in the center of the screen, center right. Sorry about that, everybody. I think we're back. Our internet dropped there for a moment. We are back here live. Sorry about that again. This is Luke, Park Ranger at the Depot Bay Whale Center. So we were just watching those whales head off to the north there. So I think those ones are going to be a little too far out of our view now to keep watching. So let me go ahead and zoom back out. Yeah, you can see how far away we are looking today. Way out there. Do a slow little pan across us here. The tide is going out. And so we got these beautiful tide pools down in front of us. I was watching a few different bird species moving around in here earlier. Here's an interesting one. These are called black oyster catchers. And I can see one down here in our tide pools right now. They love to come out here and feed in the low tide. Oops, where'd he go? There you are. And you can see it's got that bright orange beak. And they use that to kind of probe down in all of the mussels and in between the rocks and all sorts of stuff, looking for a snack. Oh, got something, little clam there it looks like. We'll try to watch him. They can use that beak to open that clam, believe it or not. Let's watch, see if it can do it. Oh, did he just throw it? Maybe he gave up. Pretty neat little birds. Oh, we got another one. All right. Good job, little oyster catcher. Let's go look for some more whales here. Let me zoom out here a little more. Yeah, you can see at low tide here, it's just these huge tide pools, lots of mussel beds, lots of places for those little birds to forage and look for their next meal. So let me do a little pan over here to the south end of our bay. There's the south end of Depot Bay. And a while ago I saw a whole bunch of sea lions taking a nap over here. They were all grouped up in what's called a raft. Let me go see if I can find them. Yeah, just some really nice light waves here in the bay right now. Pretty calm oceans. Just not a lot of whales in close. So we'll do a little pan across the horizon here. See if we can't pick up any whales. So let's kind of keep going over here. I'll go ahead and leave the camera right over here right now, and we'll see if we can't pick up any more whales kind of traveling behind this buoy. Oh, hey, look at that whale right next to the buoy. Man, sometimes it's good to be lucky. Look at that, there was a whale right next to our half-mile buoy. So let me make sure I catch it here on the screen. Very, very cool. So this is by far the closest whale that we have had all day. And it is now a little after 1:30, so 3.5 hours of whale watching, and we finally have one here in the bay. Hopefully this one cooperates and shows off a few more times here. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll try to track this whale here for the next few minutes as it's in Depot Bay. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Whale Watching Center in Depot Bay. I have no idea where that little one went. It's probably still underwater, but it was just right there at that half-mile buoy, and I have yet to see it come back up. Hopefully in the next few minutes we will.
It's definitely the closest whale that we have had all day. I'd really like to get it on the camera for everybody before we're done streaming here for today. This will be our last broadcast this week, but we will be back next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Excuse me. And you'll be able to tune in and watch whales with us from wherever you are. It's been a pretty decent week. I mean, it is definitely spring here on the Oregon coast. So the last couple days we had some mix of rain and hail and wind. Today it's a beautiful day, but the whales have been pretty elusive so far. Staying out pretty far, except for this last one, but even that one is still now hiding. So stay tuned, everybody. I have to step out for a minute. I have some folks who have jumped a fence here at our park, and I need to go talk with them, but I'm going to leave the camera zoomed in at our half-mile buoy, so let me know if you see anything. I'll leave it right there. Be back in a few minutes. All right, everybody, this is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Sorry about that. Had a couple folks decide to jump a few fences and go get washed out by a wave right in front of us here. It's not a smart thing to do, and they were just trying to take advantage of the nice day, but another fun thing you get to do as a park ranger is go help people understand why it's important to respect park closures. And so they weren't trying to do anything on purpose, but it's something that we really hope that people are understanding why our parks are closed right now. And one of these gentlemen was actually taken out by a wave and was banged up and putting a lot of other people at risk just by making a pretty careless decision there. But either way, they're on their way. They're going to have a good rest of the day someplace else. So did we see any whales? That's what I want to know. Getting through some comments here. All right. There is an animal trying to get on the buoy. Thank you, Nancy, bringing us back here. It's about 1:47 Pacific time. And so we've got about 13 more minutes of whale watching here, and then we'll be wrapping up for the afternoon. It's been a pretty good day, beautiful day out here at the coast. And a few whales to sprinkle in there too. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. I'm going to get my binoculars out and do a scan of the water here, see if we can't find anything outside of our camera view. And Era, I saw your question earlier about those oyster catcher chicks, and I have not been to Boiler Bay in a couple weeks myself. That park is closed. I do know we have people going through there patrolling it pretty regularly right now, but maybe send me an email, let me know where they're at, and I'll go take a peek for you. So thanks again, everybody. Let's hopefully find a few more whales here before we're all wrapped up for the day, so stay tuned. All right, everybody. Well, this is Ranger Luke here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. I just did a big scan of the horizon with my binoculars, and I'm not seeing much again right now. The whales have been so far out today, it's been kind of hard to keep track of, but we spotted quite a few. I think we had 10 whales we counted so far today. And so, a pretty decent day. You know, this is what I kind of expect for the next few weeks. You know, we should just pick up a few whales every day, hopefully a few every hour, while we're doing these streams. And we caught that little one on the camera, 20 minutes ago, like right at the half-mile buoy. But it has since disappeared. It's a very sneaky, small gray whale. That's kind of been the story for today. We've got some good spouts, and then they'll just be kind of hidden for a while. Saw a question come in from Jill. Where are the whales going? Jill, all of these gray whales are heading up to Alaska, way up to the Bering Sea and the Chukchi Sea on the northern coast of Alaska. And they're going to spend the whole summer feeding up there in the extremely food-rich grounds up in that part of the world. And so they have swam 3,000 miles in the last month, and they still have about 3,000 more miles to go before they get to Alaska. But they know that there's so much food up there. They're on their way. So, good question. Nancy, remember to show the sticker. Yep, you betcha. I will pull that sticker out here right now. And Era, you're right, little one was number 11. Let me go ahead and back the camera out here, get everybody their sticker one more time here for the day if you're going to take off. So thank you again, everybody, for being here. You are all definitely some certified whale watchers. I'll hold this up for the next 20 seconds or so. And if you want to share this sticker on your social media accounts, you can share that in hashtag #ORWhaleWatch. Hashtag #ORWhaleWatch. Oops, sorry. And you'll be able to see where other people are posting from. I saw a few starting to trickle into that account here today, I think. You're all certified whale watchers from here at Depot Bay, Oregon. Thank you again so much for everybody joining us. It's been a pretty good day. Beautiful day out here on the coast. And I'm not sure what the weather looks like next week, but either way, we'll be here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Pacific time. Still got a few minutes left here today, so I'm going to get the camera pointed back over here at our buoy. See if we can't get lucky again and get another whale to come up right there. So stay tuned, everybody. We got about 5 more minutes left, and I'll come back and do a little wrap up for the day and for the week. So thank you so much. We'll be right back. Well, hello again, whale watchers, for the last time today. This is Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks, coming to you live from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We're just about done with our live stream for today. It has been April 2nd, and we will be back again next week, like I said, from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. We will be on the watch for gray whales and anything else that swims by our view here. It's been a real pleasure having everybody with us today. I know we've had some visitors from all over the world, so thank you. And I hope you've had a safe day. I hope you've been comfortable. We really enjoy being able to bring this live stream to you in your own home while we're all staying home, staying safe. So just in a recap, we did spot 11 gray whales today. Early this morning, we saw some way out on the horizon. And then we had one, do you remember that one whale going the wrong direction? I wonder what happened to that one. Hopefully it'll figure it out and turn around here. And then about half hour ago, we did see one small gray whale. I just saw it spout one time right next to our half-mile buoy there. So pretty typical spring day, a little bit of everything. A little rain, now we've got some sunshine. I see some folks commenting that the weather next week looks good. I hope so. You know, some nice sunshine is always good, and I hope that we have some nice calm seas as well. And hopefully we'll see many more whales over the weeks to come. So again, if you want to learn about whale watching here in Oregon, feel free to visit our main Oregon State Parks website. That's www.oregonstateparks.org. You can click on the Things to Do tab, and you can learn all about whale watching here along our whole coast. Great resources there for when you're planning your next trip out here. We know it won't be for at least another month, but hopefully over the summer or even next year, if you live far away, or in the years to come, I hope you're able to come over here and enjoy this for yourself. It's a beautiful section of the world. And Jill, I see your question, how do I get a sticker? Well, unfortunately, I have no way to distribute those right now, but maybe in the future we'll be able to figure something out. And so, yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody. Have a safe rest of the week. Have a great weekend. Thanks to all of our commenters, Jen, Pedalpediacs, Betsy, Steve, Jill, Chris, everybody else. Thank you so much for being with us here the last few days. Have a great, safe weekend. Happy whale watching, and we will see you next week.